Okay, let's see here. I think I have things together. I think I should. Ready. Okay, so live stream a little bit. I won't say out of sorts per se. It's not really the right choice of words, but I'm trying to get myself together. Okay, y'all. Anyways, salutations, everyone. Thank you all for joining me for some reading sprints. If you're here, please say hi in the chat. I do think I put in the link for these sprints on my Instagram story. I think. Yeah, I did. It's there. So yeah, if you just joined, say hi. Let me know what you're reading. What reading? All right. Cool. So you just joined. Please introduce yourselves, and share where you are reading. I would like to know. How's y'all day? Happy Memorial Day as well. For anyone who served or has a family member who is serving, or family member who passed away while serving as well, or any other, maybe just generally, just also if you're grieving in general as well. I know Memorial Day, I think, has been known for celebrating loss and also people's service in the U.S. military and stuff. But also, I do think it's a day of mourning just in general, because again, memorial, mourning, so general stuff like that. So yeah, if you're grieving, I think this is definitely a day of just like you're mourning, you're grieving. So yeah, I do hope though that these sprints will be at least somewhat comforting, as maybe you're doing some stuff, or maybe you are mourning and you just want to be around people maybe who are reading, but also just so you don't really feel like you're alone as well. But I also know though that even though it is a holiday, but it's also a day where people also have work. So, if you can't be here the entire time, that's also fine. I'm going to be here for a while. Like, I'm done with school. So I'm just happy. I'm happy because I'm done with school for the semester. I'm on summer vacation. I got no school. So yeah, I'm just really happy. Sorry, I need to go around. Hey, Jesse. Hey, bestie. Hey, Jesse. How are y'all? I hope y'all are doing good. I did notice that y'all had the fuck ice reading sprints yesterday. I completely missed them, but I do hope though to catch y'all's next sprints. So happy that y'all are here. I hope you all are doing well. Also, I hope Nuki is doing well, and Akasha as well. Hope y'all and the dogs are all good and stuff. Halo Scorpio Queen, you're doing some housework, and then you're gonna start The Rose in the Yew Tree by Agatha Christie. Ooh, a mystery. Nice. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I was running late to start these sprints. Yes. Cool. What am I going to read? Well, there are things I need to do, but also I need to read. So I have like 3 options right now. I got like an audiobook, I got an ebook, and I got a physical book, which is great. I love the fact that I have 3 different formats. But also I need to do some filming. I'm not going to do editing today because, again, this is a reading day, but I do need to do some filming. So we're going to worry about that later. Hey, Julie. So excited you're sprinting. You'll be reading Turn of the Screw for school. Ooh, because I don't take breaks. Yes, that's right. Yeah, you and Nat both, because y'all taking summer classes, and I'm like, no, not me. I don't want to do that. But hey, you're reading Turn of the Screw? Okay, isn't that a reimagining / retelling of wait, is it Taming of the Shrew? Because I'm like, Turn of the Screw. It reminds me of Taming of the Shrew. Something about a shrew. Isn't there a Shakespearean Taming of the Shrew? Yeah, that's what I thought. There is a play, The Taming of the Shrew, So turn of the is it shrew? You said screw. I forgot what you said. No, turn of the shrew. I forgot this thing. Yeah, let me just minus that. Turn of the shrew by. Oh wait, this is a different thing. I don't think this is inspired at all by William Shakespeare. Sorry, I'm looking at Goodreads. Go in there. This is a classic horror novella. Gothic horror. Henry James. Huh. Okay. We're learning things. Why are they giving me all these things? Sorry, there's things on my screen. I needed to get it away from my face. Okay, y'all are good. Nuki's next to us and Benicott just sprawl on the floor, all safe and happy. Yes, that's good. That's good. That's really good to hear. And of course, Akasha sprawl on the floor. Yep. Wait, hold up a second. Y'all are reading We Hunt the Flame by, what was that, Olivia Rose Darling. Right. We don't like it anymore. Y'all don't like it anymore. So then what happened for y'all to like in the first place then? Because y'all said anymore. So what happened that y'all liked it, but then all of a sudden y'all don't like it? Because I got questions. Oops, sorry about that. I got questions. Hey, Jesse. What? Oh, it's from The Haunted of Blind Manor. Oh, The Haunting of Blind Manor. Why is it showing me? Okay, isn't there a book? Why is it giving me? Wait. Oh no, it's what inspired The Haunting of. Okay, my bad. Very different. Victorian Governess ghost story. That's what I thought. Right? I was like, I don't think that's the same thing. Oh, House of Fazo. Sorry, I'm thinking of. Wait, hold up. I need to double check myself sometimes because I'm like, wait, how did I mess that up? Rose Darling. Oh, that was Fear the Flame. Sorry, I got confused. I was like, wait, isn't there a flame? I knew there was a flame book by Olivia Rose Darling. Sorry, my bad. We Hunt the Flame. My bad. Wrong one. Yes, Hafsa Fazil, which I did read a book by her. What was that book called? What was that book called? Was it called A Tempest of Tea? Me trying to figure out the books I've been reading. A Tempest of Tea. Yeah, that's the one I read. Yeah, that was the first book of duology that I didn't finish. Yeah. I kind of liked A Tempest of Tea. I didn't love it though. The Whirlwind was flame, loved it. Then the romance blossomed. Oh. Is We Hunt the Flame? Hunt the Flame. Right, because that's the duology. Yeah. What was the name of the sequel? We Hunt the Flame and We Free the Stars. Yeah, that's the one. Yes. So the romance came in there, huh? Yeah. You know what? I can definitely imagine that y'all not liking the romance because also A Tempest of Tea also had like romantic subplot in that one. And I wasn't a fan of the romance development in that book either. So, yeah. And to the looks of it as well, since this book was nominated for debut novel for the Goodreads Choice Awards, this was also House of Fazil's debut novel too. So, Tempest of Tea was one of her later works. So I'm like, oof. I know for sure that this one must have been very rough. Yes, her romance, and she focuses on it so much. Sometimes authors, they're really good, writing some things, and then they focus on certain thing in their books, and you're just like, you see, you didn't need to do that, like at all, like not necessary. So I'm sorry, y'all. I remember really liking that duology, but I read Tempest of Tea recently, and I wasn't happy with it. How much I can also imagine. Dang. Dang, 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 dang. Well, that definitely sucks. Yeah. But but y'all know though that if y'all don't like it, y'all can definitely like I mean, do y'all have like a I guess a backup book, or maybe y'all just gonna push through and hope for the best, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Focusing on that romance too much. For sure. Because even with A Tempest of Tea, because A Tempest of Tea was more of a heist book. There was like a crew and stuff, but yeah, the romance in that book definitely took over the actual heist of it all. So, sucked. I'm reading YA fantasy, unless it's Jordan Fueco or something. Facts. Definitely facts. But speaking of YA fantasy, there actually is a YA fantasy book that I got the audiobook for, and I have it on my shelf, but I still haven't decided if I really want to like commit with it. So I'm gonna need y'all's opinion on it real quick. Because I genuinely am kind of feeling the same way about reading young adult fantasy. Like I think I've reached the point where I need to stop reading it, but also I don't want to stop at the same time because there's still YA fantasy books that I really want to read, and one of them is the Ember in the Ashes by Sabaa Tahir. It's the first book in the Ember Quartet, and I really want to read this. So, if any of y'all have read An Ember in the Ashes and the following sequels, please let me know if y'all think I should try this series. Because I have the audiobook borrowed on Libby right now. I haven't started reading it. I mean, I tried reading it. I forgot what was this, months ago. And then I just saw DNF it because I was like not in the mood for it. But also, I heard really good things about it. I still have it on my shelf. I don't own the sequels because I'm like, look, as cheap as this paperback is, I need to know if continuing on the series is even worth it. Like, is it worth just trying to like go through? Because I think this had a competition, right? Wasn't this a competition story? Something about an empire. Was there a competition? I think this is a competition. And honestly, competition books, especially young adult fantasy, more often are misses for me than hits. But I want to at least give this one a shot, just in case. Just in case. But yeah, it's also is a quartet, which is definitely a commitment for me than like a duology. So that's what I'm just like, is it worth it? Okay, was good. 3 or 4 star. Completely forgot the romance. We only have 50 pages of We Hunt the Flames, right? So I guess it's in a way worth just finishing the book and just call it basically a miss. But I'm glad that at least y'all enjoyed it, Tempest of Tea. So that's good for sure. This series is very good. Okay. It's like, okay, but once the second book starts, it gets so good. Okay, so I need to just get through the first book. It sounded enough to at least get through, and then the ball starts rolling books 2 through 4. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, but I haven't read the sequels. Okay. Well, if you read it, that means you at least enjoyed it. First book has a competition, if I remember correctly, but it goes away from the rest. It goes away from the rest of the series. Okay, so the competition is only for this first book. Cool. Sal's romance does not miss. That's another thing too. I did hear about like a romance subplot in here, which this isn't slightly older young adult fantasy. And I do kind of like these redesigned covers, only kind of though, because there's not much actual art. It's more of the typography of the title and the author name. It's not much actual art you can really see, but like if you put in the light like this, you can see this like tiger puma thing with a star. So, but I will say though, I do like the way that the spine looks, and if you get the rest of the series, it has like a full picture. But also, though, I've been interested in this series because there's a spin-off duology with Air, and then there's a sequel to Air that I don't remember the title of right now. But I think that sequel's coming out later on this year, so I've been wanting to start this series. And if I like this series, then I want to try the spin-off series. So good to know that the competition stuff is just this first book, and then I don't have to worry about the rest of the series. Just good. That's really good. Yeah. Cool. Cool. So I don't think I'm going to start reading this in the sprints, though. I just wanted to know y'all's thoughts on it since we were talking about young adult fantasy. Now, as far as what I'm going to be reading, y'all, I have like 3 books that I'm basically in the middle of right now that I'm actively reading. So I think, I don't know what I'm in the mood for, because also they're in different formats. I have an audiobook, I have an ebook, and then I have a physical book. Let's start with our digital stuff. Once I have it on there. So yeah, I have the iBook of An Ember in the Ashes, and then I'm currently reading Jane Austen's Bookshelf by Rebecca Romney. So, okay, there we go. So y'all can see my face. So this book here is a nonfiction book that's both history but also biography about the, I think, 8 women writers that inspired Jane Austen. So as you can see here as well, I'm 46% of the way through, nearly halfway, and I'm enjoying it. It is narrated by the author herself as well. And I haven't been reading much nonfiction, but it is a nonfiction, though, that I have been wanting, I've heard pretty good things about. Mostly, actually, I've been inspired by, who was it? Kayla from Books and Lala. I think she read it in one of her vlogs sometime earlier this year. Oh, that's what it was. I remember. It was the Goodreads Choice Award vlog. That's what it was, because this one was nominated for the Goodreads Choice Awards. And I think she was just picking what she was interested in all the categories and stuff. So she had a really glowing review on this history/biography. So yeah. And so far I'm enjoying it. So, and I am like nearly halfway through. So that's, I'm like, I could go through that one, but I don't know if I'm really in the audiobook mood right now, because I'm also, hold up. Let me see right now. Also, I'm currently reading, and I do have the e-arc for Behind Five Willows by June Her. This book is not officially released until actually tomorrow. But if you see right here, I am 25% through. And it does say 8 hours to go based on my reading speed, which is a while. So if I focus on this book, I could technically finish the book today. I could. Am I in the mood to be reading an ebook? Kind of, yeah. I'm actually in that eyeball reading mood, which I really have not been in an eyeball reading mood in a long time. And by long time, I really mean majority of this year, because a lot of the books I've been reading this year have been audiobook reads since, like y'all, as y'all know, or if y'all did not know, I've been in school since like January. So now that it's summer vacation, I'm kind of like, finally, I actually have time to actually read with my eyeballs now. And now I'm actually even more motivated to read with my eyeballs. So I'm interested in this. This is a Pride and Prejudice retelling set in Joseon Dynasty, Korea. And we're following, I don't really know how to quite pronounce these names, because again, no audiobooks, I don't know how to quite pronounce the names. But we have main girl here, who's basically like our Elizabeth Bennet kind of character. And of course, we have our main guy here, who's basically our Mr. Darcy. And in this time period in Joseon Dynasty, Korea, there is this slew of book banning, because the emperor does not want like young women to be influenced by things like Christian writing. That is like Christian writing that also conflicts with the Confucian teachings during this time period. So there's this big ban on books, basically, and just fiction literature and stuff like that. So yeah, and I think, remember correctly, I don't know what stuff is in the synopsis. That's why I'm like, I don't know how much I can really say, but that's basically what we got here. Yeah, so I think main girl here, she is a transcriber. So she writes books. She transcribes books so that when their original copies are burned or put away or whatever, people can still have access to these very select copies of these kind of like books that are being banned. And then with main guy here, who secretly was writing a series, but then had to stop because he's also like a lord as well. So like, since he's in a higher class as well, he can't like be writing certain stories and stuff. So yeah, but I think they have some sort of correspondence with each other. They don't know who each other are, if I remember correctly from the synopsis. So yeah, I'm not very far. I haven't gone to that point in the story. That's why I'm like, I'm not so sure how much I can really say. But yeah, I'm very much intrigued though to continue on reading Behind Five Willows because I don't know, it's also historical. It's a historical romance, and my brain is like in a romance mood, I guess. And speaking of romance, finally I started reading Real by Kennedy Ryan. I've not read a Kennedy Ryan book like at all, and as you can see with this cover here, it's not the traditional published version. I've held on to this self-published version for like what was it, a couple of years now? Haven't I had this since 2024? Something like that. I've had this for a while, like before the announcement of the trad pub, and I'm like, oh, okay. I did debate though if I was going to get the trad pub since it's basically the same thing as this one, but like I just love the cover. Like, is it just me? Like, I really like the cover of this one than the trad pub because it shows both protagonists here. It is dual POV. Like, we get the main character, our main girl here. Why am I forgetting people's names? Neva, yes. Neva Saint, who is an actress. And then we have Cannon Holt, who is a film director. Hence, Real is the first book in the Hollywood Renaissance. So yeah, they're both working on a biopic together. And yeah, they fall in love. So it's basically like a workplace romance, but in the film industry kind of thing. And I do know the sequel came out last week. It's called Score. That one actually does follow Cannon Holt's best friend who's a musician, and then also his ex, his college girlfriend ex that had a 10-year gap, and it's a second chance romance, which I look forward to because I'm learning that I actually love a second chance romance. So I want to read Real so I can read Score. So all the things. How about that? So yeah, those are my options. I don't know which one I'm reading. I'm kind of in the middle of Real right now. Like, I'm in a flow with Real. So I might just continue on with Real. But who knows? I mean, I could be lying to myself. I could say, oh, I'm into Real. I'll probably continue on with that. Probably read it for a little bit. Then I'll switch to Behind Five Willows. And then I read more of Jane Austen's bookshelf. I don't know. My brain is literally all over the place. But that's it. That's like the 3 books that I'm like in the middle of. And as far as what I'm focusing on, not a damn clue. Congrats on school. Thanks, Jesse. Thanks. So yeah, I finished my first semester in my community college, and I'm on summer vacation, and I'll be back in the fall. And I do look forward to it as well. Actually, speaking of school stuff, I did film a video of that general like life update stuff. I need to edit it though. It's not up yet. Oops, wrong window. Yeah, I did film a video, kind of like giving an update about all the stuff and school stuff. So it'll come. I'm hoping sometime this week. We shall see. So there we go. That's the right window. Yeah. So yeah, thanks y'all. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward though to the fall semester. Looking forward to continue on with my education because I am pursuing an English degree. I just haven't decided if I'm going to get like a bachelor's yet. But for right now, let's just stick to an associate. What do you think of Real? I enjoyed it. I actually am enjoying Real quite a lot. I was kind of zooming through it literally yesterday. I'm already at page 68. I'm almost done with chapter 12. These chapters are not long. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to like some like 100-page increments and stuff. Just trying to like get to the first 100 pages, get a general vibe, and then get to the 200-page, 300-page, 400-page, stuff like that. But I'm indeed curious, though, to see, because it's very clear, though, that these main characters are clearly already attracted to each other. So I'm very curious in how this is going to become more, how we're going to get to further than the attraction. I can definitely see, I'm definitely seeing the beginnings of how this can definitely turn into a romantic relationship. But I will say it's going to be very interesting because they both have baggage for sure. And especially like just romantically. Yeah, and especially since he's a film director, she's an actress, the lead actress for this biopic. So, you know, there's definitely conflict regarding that. How that's going to get messy. But you know what? I'm kind of here for mess right now. I'm here for a messy, fun, contemporary romance. I'm just here for that. Cool. So let's actually figure out how long we're going to go for our first sprint. Let me share this screen. Yes. Why is this acting as if it don't be knowing what it's doing? Oh my gosh. Okay. So First up, y'all, I have a wheel, and I'm going to use this wheel to decide how long our first sprint is. All right. I want to do something a little bit different here since it has been a while since I posted sprints. So we have a range between 20 minutes and 2 hours, but also there is a dealer's choice. We shall see if I get the dealer's choice. But yeah, we have 20 minute, 30 minute, 45, 60, 75, which is an hour and 15, 90, an hour and a half, and then the 2 hours. And I have dealer's choice just in case we need to adjust things. Yeah. So let's spin. Let's see what we get. Ooh. Okay. All right, y'all. 60 minutes. That's how long is our very first sprint. Sorry, let me just stop sharing that screen. Let me get that screen. Oh, shoot. Why did it not? Okay, hold up right now. Okay. I hope that this is for... I'm trying a new thing here, and I don't know why is it not working. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Why is it not working? Oh, was I in the wrong window for this entire time? Okay, why is it not letting me? Why is it not letting me do the thing? Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm going to use something else. Okay. We're just going to go with the usual Pomodoro Kitty because I was trying to do something else and it didn't want to work with me. So. Okay, let's find that. That. Okay. Okay, now I found it. Sorry, y'all. Apologies on the delay. Okay, let's do it this way, though. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, y'all. I'm going to start the timer for 1 hour. And yeah, happy reading, productivity, all the things. And we shall reconvene in an hour. Salutations. That was the end of the first sprint. It's on break right now. I'll just let the break go. Please let me know in the chats how far you all have gone in your reading. If you were working on something, let me know. If you just joined us, also say hi in the chat. We do not bite. We are very friendly over here. And also, if you just joined us, happy Memorial Day, or just a mourning day as well, if you're in mourning or just grieving as well. For me, I am continue reading. I did decide to just go with an audiobook with Jane Austen's Bookshelf because I guess I am in a bit of an audiobook mood, I guess. I didn't feel like having to hold up a physical book or even my my Kobo. Also, it is lunchtime, so I have some food here. One of my siblings made some. I don't know what this is actually. It's a picture of, I think it's tilapia. This is a fish. Some seasonings. I'm not really sure what seasonings they put in there, but I think there's rosemary in there, and then of course there's some spinach. So, and then of course I have some white rice that I put some seasoning salt on top of as well. Because I don't want just plain white rice. I need something in it. So yeah, that's pretty much it right now. So the next sprint, I'm going to continue on listening to this audiobook, and then I'm going to eat my lunch because I am hungry. Let's catch up on comments. Hello, Elena. Salutations. You're good. That's good. What you reading? If you're working on something, let us know. Meal prepped for dinner, cleaned. Now you can start your book. Yes. Oh, wait, I forgot. What book? Did you say what book you were reading? Yes, The Rose in the Yew Tree by Agatha Christie. That's the one. Meal prep. Okay. Cleaning. Yep. Sounds great. Darker by 4 by June C.L. Tan. Oh, okay. I've seen that book around. Okay, cool. Let us know what you think of it. Hello, Angeline Tor. Salutations. You're reading Just Between Us by Annalene Cohn, which is a YA graphic novel. Ooh, okay. Let us know what you think about it. I want to know what you think. Page 144, part 16, 34%. Nice. A solid third of the way through. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to stop the break. I forgot. I need to stop sharing the screen as well. Let's see. If anyone else has anything to say, I'm also going to share my screen because we're going to... oh, wait. Yes. That's how it was canceled. Anyways, yes. Sorry. I also need to charge. You know what? We're going to worry about that later. Okay, there's a lot of things I need to do, and yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I also did film a video. I filmed a video. That's also another thing I did during the sprint was filming a video, and then I started a blog. Yeah, like yo, I'm really in my YouTube bag right now. I'm finally getting back doing YouTube things, so very, very exciting. Which is good as well because we are approaching June. Which also means we're approaching the mid-year point of the year. So, we all know about the midpoint of the year, all the midpoint update videos, the mid-year book tag, mid-year stats reflections, that kind of stuff be coming up. But also, though, I do need to start signing up for some other videos as well. But, we're going to worry about those videos. Yeah, we'll worry about them tomorrow or Thursday. We'll worry about them later in the week. I know. I'm just really excited for the summer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so locked in for summer. Y'all have no idea. Yes. Let me share my screen for our spinner wheel. If you have just joined us, I have a spinner wheel that's going to determine how long our sprints are going to be. I'm hoping we don't get into the shorter ones, to be quite honest, because I'm kind of on a roll. But we'll see. The wheel decides how long we read. So let's spin. Ooh. Well, all right, 45 minutes. Sure, let me change it up on the Pomodoro Kitty because that's what I've been using. Okay, there we go. Changed it up for the cat. At least that's enough time for me to eat my lunch. Also, for anyone who's making lunch, this is the time. If this is, depending on your time zone, if it's lunchtime, eat lunch. If it's dinner time for you, eat dinner. Yeah, 45 minutes, y'all. We got 45 minutes. So, yeah, let's just get right into reading. Happy reading, productivity, all the things, and Good luck. Reconvene in quarter, just in 3/4 time. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the, what was this? Second sprint? Yep, second sprint. Cool. Oh, yeah, sorry. I had lunch. I didn't finish it, but I think I'm finished with the lunch at this point. Let me know in the chat how far y'all have gone in your reading. If you just joined us, salutations. Let us know what you're reading, and also, or if you're working on something, and also have a Memorial Day /mourning/grieving day as well. During the sprint, Jesse finished their book, We Hunt the Flame, which is really exciting. Happy about that. And I finished a chapter in Jane Austen's bookshelf by Rebecca Romney, if for anyone who just joined. As you can see here, I am 55% of the way through here. And I'm just going to keep it going, honestly. I'm going to keep on moving. Honestly, the way we're moving, I might have to get rid of a couple. Well, I'm going to get rid of 2 options. Let's see. Can I get rid of that and then that? Sure. Let's do that. Because I'm going to roll. So I kind of got rid of, because again, if you just joined, I have a picker wheel that will pick how long we read. And I decided to get rid of the longest and the shortest options. The shortest was 20 minutes. The longest like 2 hours. So we're going to keep it to these 6 options, which I think are pretty solid. Anyways, hello, Nat. You're studying because you've examined 2 quizzes for your anatomy and physiology 2 on Wednesday. An exam and 2 quizzes? Why you got 3 tests in one day? Huh? 3 tests in one day is truly diabolical. Why have an exam and on top of that 2 quizzes on the same day for this one class? Or is the exam for a different class and then you just have the 2 quizzes for your anatomy and physiology too? Because it's all for the same class. I'm like, well, that's criminal. But even if it's not for the same class, it's still criminal. Regardless, this is just criminal. Okay, that's just the point here. Criminal. All this on Wednesday. So you're hoping during study breaks, you can read Friday, I'm in Love by Cameron Garrett. Well, I'm hoping for you too, because you need to reward yourself from studying for all these tests and stuff. Truly. Stronger than me, because can never be me. Anyways, Scorpio Queen read 35 pages in the Agatha Christie book. Hello, Aisha. Salutations to some writing and editing. Ooh, nice. That's real nice. Speaking of writing, I've been wanting for such a long time to be writing this one particular essay, but I need to figure out how to go about it. Because I've always wanted to like write an essay and turn into a video essay, but then I'm like, wait, but how am I supposed to? Every time I'm like, oh yeah, I like the idea of writing an essay, but then I don't actually know how to write it. I don't know. I'm weird like that. I need to figure myself out on that one. You know what? That should be a project that I should try focusing in June. So since June is Pride Month / Queer History Month as well in the United States. So project. Maybe like I'm thinking here. I'm thinking, is there much actual thought going in here? Somewhat. There's activity in here. Is it actually focused on the thing that I'm thinking of, somewhat thinking of right now? Probably not. We shall see. Anyways, that's the thing to worry about later. Julia's back, fell asleep during the first sprint. That is A-okay. If you're tired, you're tired. If you're here to take a nap, that is A-okay. Because honestly, we just have a timer and then we have a meow just to someone wake you up, but you're too deep into it, you ain't gonna notice it. So that's fine. I'm glad that you came back though. Almost done, 92%. All right, well, let's go. What were you reading again? Oh, yeah, your graphic novel. Yes. Oh, not the cat saying some, your break is over. And I'm like, bruh. Anyways, gotta make sure I really know the cardiovascular system. It is the same class exam during lecture and the quizzes during lab. Boo. Boo. Because what? I mean, sure. Yes, you have to really understand the cardiovascular system. You really do. So you have an exam for your lecture portion, and of course you got a lab, and there's quizzes in the lab. This is why I don't want to have a science degree. This is why I don't want to have a science degree, because I don't want all of that stuff. But I'm glad though that you're making this work. Because whoo-wee, dang. An exam for lecture and quizzes in lab. I'm assuming the quizzes are quote unquote easier than the exam for your lecture, because I'm assuming since there's 2 quizzes that is shorter. I don't know if that makes it easier, but short makes easy in my brain, but I don't know. Is physiology part, anatomy. Okay, the exam's physiology. And the quizzes are the anatomy. The fact that anatomy is a quiz makes more sense to me than exam, but also I don't fully understand what physiology is versus an anatomy. So that's why I'm like, my brain is not sure if I can understand, but I mean, I get it generally. Only meet on Wednesdays is a hybrid. Oh, okay. All right. Fine. I guess. It makes sense, but also I still applaud you though, Nat, for doing all this, because that's a lot. Specific blood vessels, their veins or arteries. Child, anyone who goes into the medical field of any kind, I don't care if you're a therapist, a surgeon, a nurse, you're trying to be a doctor, or you're just trying to be a specialist in a particular field of medicine, I must applaud. I have to applaud every single time, because this here cannot be me. Like, what do you like? I understand you have to know where are these veins, where are these arteries, because veins and arteries, they're different. I do remember that much from high school. Veins and arteries are different, and you have to know which ones are which. But also, what? The heart quiz. Oh yeah, I remember learning about the heart, but I don't know if I can know much more about the heart. Oh my gosh. Every time I just think about science, I just like, oh my gosh, I'm freaking out. And sorry, y'all. Part of me is also kind of freaking out too, because like I am taking a biology. Well, it's environmental biology in the fall semester, but also though I'm just like slowly freaking out on the inside at the same time. Now, granted, I don't have lab because I already earned college credit for my chemistry lab when I went to the University of Minnesota, but also though I didn't get a passing grade for my lecture portion, which I still am mad about, not gonna lie. Because I took AP chemistry. Like, what do you mean? Anyways, I always get mad about that fact. Like, I literally took an intro to chemistry class literally during the pandemic, and you mean to tell me I got an A in the lab, but I got like a not passing grade in the lecture? Like, what do you mean? How? I don't understand that. Whatever. So I have to take a lecture science course. Anyways, but I'm glad though, Nat, that you studying, you're figuring out all this stuff, learn about the specific blood vessels, and you think this heart quiz is gonna be easy. So that's great. Yeah, I love when credits transfer. They make me retake or psychology, and I was so mad, right? Oh my gosh, I hate having to retake classes, especially if it's a required class. You have to retake it. You're like, why? I should not have to be retaking this stuff. Ugh, truly hate it. Hate it. And it's sad too, though, because I actually really like chemistry more than I ever liked biology. But I'm hoping that my environmental biology professor is going to be good so I can pass the class and then not think about doing another science course in my life ever again. Anyways, we're getting sidetracked because, I have my grievances regarding college. I just have my grievances. Especially since I also failed a class. So that's where I'm also like, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I swear. I swear I'm fine. Anyways, we should definitely spin for how long this third sprint is going to be. All right, Wheel. So yes, again, I took out the 20 minutes and I took out the 120 minutes. I have an option of bringing them back in case we need some shorter sprints. But for right now, let's keep it between 30 and 90 minutes. And then of course, dealer's choice. So actually, let me see if I can shuffle this a little bit so we can have more opportunities for a little bit of diversity here. So let's see what we got. Ooh, 90. Nope. All right, we got another hour-long sprint again. Huh. Okay. Okay. Pomodoro Kitty. Okay, there we go. Set times. Okay. Your current university had you retake the lowest level writing course. Never had to take it before because of my AP Lit scores. Huh. That's weird. If you earned college credit from AP like English literature, you had to earn a high enough score on it or you didn't have to take the class in the first place. That's so stupid. That is honestly, truly so stupid. Like, what? You have to take like the lowest writing course, even though you already passed AP English literature. So you would think that you don't have to. You know what? But then again, AP English literature, because I'm pretty sure it's in AP English literature and composition, right? Because part of that, because I remember taking AP English lit and comp, unless it's just the literature. Because if it's just literature, then you probably only get credit for the like an English literature related kind of credit, but not the writing credit, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Generally, I really don't. And also, I think universities and colleges are just different on how they take AP stuff. So, I don't. Annoying though. Yeah, like right on the line. Like, come on, right? Like, come on. That's annoying. Very, very, very annoying. But anyways, we should definitely get on to our next sprint, which is an hour-long sprint. So that's kind of cool. So an hour, 45 minutes, an hour. So yeah, this is our third sprint. And yeah, so finish any current. So if you finish your read, you can start another read. Maybe you need to work on something. Again, don't forget to eat. Be hydrated with some water, touch some grass, do whatever you got to do. All right. Speaking of touching grass, though, I do need to go to the library. I just realized I need to go to the library because I need to return something, but also I really want to like borrow something as well at the same time. Do I want to do it during this sprint or should I do that the next sprint? I might not come back in time. All right, next sprint. Hopefully, the next sprint. Hopefully, the wheel will give us that 90-minute, so I can do that. But regardless, though. Oh, I forgot. No, today's Memorial Day. I can't even do that anyways. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. The library's not even open today. Anyways, happy reading, productivity, all the things, and I shall see y'all in an hour. Salutations, y'all. That was the end. Oh, hold up. Hello. Oh, sorry. I was not sure if I was still muted or my microphone was not working or not even connected, but figured it out. Cool, cool, cool. Anyways, salutations. We're back from the sprint. Let me know how far y'all have gone in reading. If you were reading, if you were working on something, let us know how far you did in your task. Just join us. Say hi in the chat. We don't bite here. We're very friendly. And yeah, so if you just joined, I have been reading Jane Austen's Bookshelf by Rebecca Romney. I'm 64% of the way through. I finished another chapter, which is another woman author we're talking about. And during these sprints, we have, why am I saying we? Yeah, y'all not reading along with me. But during these sprints, I have read about 2 authors that have inspired certain aspects of Jane Austen's work. One of them is Hannah More, and the one I just read about was Charlotte Smith. And oof, those women had it rough. Not gonna lie, they definitely had it rough. Hey, so I'm kind of hoping that the next author that I'm gonna be reading about is a little bit more. They got a better life, I guess. Sorry, sorry for the yawns. I don't want anyone else to catch this yawn. But it is sad to me because not a lot, but just these 2 recent authors I was reading about that inspired Jane Austen's work. They were either of lower class, but also, Charlotte Smith was of lower class, and she was dealing with basically domestic violence. So she has so many. Oh my gosh, just everything about Charlotte Smith's life. I'm just like, damn. She was really having it rough. And Hannah More, the author the author, I mean Rebecca Romney, who is by trade a book collector who collects a rare book collector specifically. And she has been reading each of these women authors' works just to get a sense of what inspired what Jane Austen was inspired from these women writers. Sorry, excuse me. But Hannah More seems to be the most difficult because of her high morals and her religious stance, a very conservative religious stance. Which makes me want to go. Yeah, I'm not ever gonna read your work. I'm not even gonna try to read your work. I already have a hard time reading classics as it is, and if you're gonna have that kind of stance, I just can't read that one. Charlotte Smith, I'm also kind of curious about, even though she seems to be more known for her writing of poetry, specifically of sonnets, but also though her life did sound really, really rough though. Her adult life specifically. So yeah. I don't know. I'm learning a lot about these women writers. Because again, it's a history, but also biography of these women writers. There's historical in the sense of how that all relates to Jane Austen and the time period. And also women writers just in that space and trying to be part of the literary canon. So yeah, it's very fascinating so far. I'm glad I'm nearly 2/3 of the way through as well. So to look at the chapters, I should only have 3 authors left. Yeah, there's 3 more authors I need to read about, and then there's the conclusion, which I'm happy about. I do look forward to actually finishing this book. And to be quite honest, by the time I finish doing these sprints, I want to finish this. I actually kind of want to just will not end these sprints until I finish reading this book kind of thing. That way, I only have 2 books that I'm actively reading that require my eyeball reading. I can focus on those, especially since the other 2 books, Behind Five Willows and Real, they're both romances. One's contemporary, one's historical. So I kind of get the different time periods and stuff. So it kind of helps. I don't know. I do find myself that whenever I read nonfiction, it really opens my brain up to read other genres. Does that happen to any of y'all who read maybe nonfiction sporadically? Does it? Oh, sorry. That was the Pomodoro Kitty timer. I don't know if y'all heard that. But I don't know. I don't read nonfiction very often. I'm not an avid nonfiction reader, but I have noticed that every time I pick up a nonfiction book, I read books that I don't read much of as often. Although clearly, though, I am finding myself I'm reading more romance than more often than not. So I guess I'm adding romance as my more main genres now. But also, though, I've been reading more literary fiction, which is definitely one of my least read genres for sure. And this year I've been reading more lit fic. Actually, generally, I know I'm supposed to be like keeping this all in mind for when I do my mid-year book tag, but like I generally want to know, according to Storygraph, what are my most read genres right now? Well, my most read right now is historical fiction, which I will have to blame the Unselected Journals of Emma M. Lyon for that, because I've read a lot of those. But also, what else is in here? I'm pretty sure there's another book in here. Oh yeah, I read A Gentleman's Gentleman, T.J. Alexander, This Wretched Beauty by L. Grenier. Yeah, those are the other two. Yeah, I've been reading more historical fiction. Not as much fantasy. Some romance, a little bit of literary fiction, which is not a genre that I usually read. It's a genre that I used to read just sporadically, but I'm reading a little bit more of, which is good because I do own lit fit books on my physical TBR, but also I'm like, interesting. So I don't know. Am I the only one who kind of knows that about their reading? I mean, y'all let me know. Julie said that their sons are definitely fascinated by the Pomodoro Kitty, which is really, really cute, but also like really, really funny. But the boys did wake up, so just been hanging out with them. That sounds great. Read a lot about the heart. Yep, managed to read all the slides. Next one, you're doing your homework on the heart. Cool. Hopefully, we'll get another long sprint too, so you can get a lot of it done. You read a single chapter during all these sprints. That is okay. Look, Julie, it is completely fine. You're doing schoolwork. You got twins. You are doing a lot. Okay, you're doing a lot. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Saying hi, cat, over and over. Oh my gosh, that is literally like the cutest thing. That is genuinely so cute. Oh gosh, I love it. I really love using this Pomodoro cat though. It is so cute. And I also like the fact that just a single meow every time that it's like the next break or something or the next sprint. Like seriously, right? Still primarily fantasy read, but I'm reading a lot more horror. That's true. I've been like, since we follow each other on like Storygraph and stuff, I do see people's like my friends that I follow on Storygraph's updates on the like community tab, and I have noticed some horror every once in a while. And I'm like, okay. And that's actually something I have noticed, at least this year, is that I have been reading a lot less horror, which I don't really like that trend. I don't like that I'm reading less horror. Also because of the fact, though, that I do own a few horror books that I've been wanting to read for a long time. And I'm like, I need to be able to read those books. So can we get back in the mindset of reading horror again? Now, worst comes to worst, if I don't, I could just wait till July because, July Noir, Halloween, and all that stuff is in July. But also, though, I really do want to get back to reading horror. It's not like I used to read a lot of horror before, but I was definitely reading a lot more than I was reading more horror before than I have been right now. So used to be, but I guess not anymore. But I'm going to try in the next couple months to get back to reading horror because I still need to read The Only Good Indians by Stephen Graham Jones. I unfortunately had to DNF it, but like I wanted to come back to it. So, and although that one's not only just horror, but it's also thriller, and also the way that Stephen Graham Jones writes horror is definitely different than any other author I've read. Of course, he has a very distinct style regarding horror. So, like, I need to be specific mood for horror in order for me to like read his books. And then also, what's another one? Natural Beauty. You're right, by Lilian Huang, a book that I stopped enough years ago that I was like, yeah, I'm totally gonna come back to it. But well, we're taking forever and a day to come back to it. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna get back to it. that much I'm certain. But yeah, I definitely have noticed I've read a lot less horror. But it's interesting for you though, you're reading a lot more horror. They're talking all right. I was like, dang, they're old enough so they can start talking again. Like, I mean, not talking again, like talking. Like, I could have sworn y'all, your twins were born like last year. Am I tripping, or do I not understand? How humans grow from being a baby to a toddler to the point that they can be in kindergarten and stuff. Because that's the thing. I always never really understood the progression of a baby being turned into a toddler. Like, I'm like, wait, when can they start walking and crawling? Is this like when they're 6 months old, or they start walking when they're 9 months old to 12 months? I never know. Okay, my baby sister was like a baby over a decade and a half ago. Like, my baby sister's literally 16 years old. I don't remember anything about babies. And I'm not around babies often to like, oh wow, look at them. This is when they have their teeth. This is when they start walking. This is down the third. And also I just forget about the passage of time. My sense of time has really been so whack. So I'm also just like, wait, I could have sworn when your baby's born last year? I don't even know. They were born August 2024. So you're saying it's been nearly 2 years? They're nearly 2 years old? You know what? That makes more sense than how they're starting to talk. But also I'm just like, huh? I could have sworn. I don't understand time. I really don't. Chloe is talking. She's the only one who knows what she's saying. She's an entire conversation with herself. Oh my gosh. I'm saying that's one of your nieces, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh, talking. Right. The stage where it's like, you're not sure what they're saying, but also it's very clear that they know what they're saying. Yeah. Yeah. So have gibberish conversations with each other every once in a while. Okay, that's really funny though, because since you do have twins, they're talking to each other, so they have someone to talk to, that someone understands them. I think that's actually fascinating because I'm so used to just single children, just children are born one at a time, but with twins, it is fascinating when they're growing and learning together and how they bond together as well. That is very fascinating though. About a month after them. Oh my gosh. Right? I don't get it. Passage of time is so crazy to me. Because actually recently I was babysitting. I don't even see. Now I don't even remember when she was born. I'm like, when was this baby born? I don't think it was last year. She's already walking around and stuff. It must have been 2024 as well. Hold up. Hold up. I have pictures. No, seriously, the way that I'm legitimately trying to figure out the passage of time with this one baby, because I literally was babysitting her, and she's so big, she's talking like a whole full-on sentence, and I'm like, are you older than I think you are, or you just are an effective communicator at such a young age? I genuinely do not understand. Maybe that's what it is. I'm always confused of. I'm always confused by children who are newborn to 2 years old. I cannot tell if they are just 12 months, 18 months, or that 24 months old. I legitimately get very confused because to me, they look the same. They are trying to figure out their bodies, trying to figure out the world around them. They start acting the same. And I'm like, wait, are you 2? Are you 1? Are you 18 months? Are you just 15 months? Are you 21 months? I don't know. I generally never know. That in between of 1 and 2 years old, I just be getting confused because I'm like, wait, weren't you born yes, last year? 2 years ago? That tells you how much my perception of time is, y'all. I don't know. I legitimately don't know yet. I'm literally looking at this baby's picture. Is she 2 yet? She might not be 2 yet. And that's the thing. It's the ones that get closer to the age of 2. Just here. I forgot that I keep doing that. I forgot. Age of 2. I always am so confused. Hold up. I need to find pictures from last year. Because I'm pretty sure I met with her last year. Let's see. Must have been last summer. I'm pretty sure it was last summer I saw that baby and babysitting her. At least for me. My mom probably. Let me see. I'm trying to find this baby. Where is it? I know I have a picture here somewhere. Okay, not that one. There it is. Yeah, this was. Oh my gosh, I literally have a picture of this baby like nearly a year to the date. Wow. Yeah, she's definitely over a year old for sure. So she's nearly 2 years old. Oh my gosh, the way I don't understand time. Every time I'm just like, what is time? Every once in a while I realize Pearl is 6 now, and now I hate that. Yeah. And I think too about dogs too. It's just like I can't tell dog ages. I never can. Never could. I never grew up with a dog. I just watch people's dogs and I'm like, wow. I've been around a dog that was around a puppy. I've actually definitely been around a puppy before. But I want dogs who are a little bit past the puppy age, or it's probably in the older part of their puppy age, a little more full grown dogs. I've definitely been around older dogs for sure. But wow, though, it really is baffling to me though, as far as dogs and the way they age. That makes me even more confused. And I'm like, you're 2. Especially when I do see Pearl, I'm kind of just like, I don't know how old this dog is. You could be between 1 to like 8. And I will know the difference unless I can see how the dog acts just around. Just like, are you giving that puppy energy? Or are you giving like, oh, I'm here, but I have energy, but also like, I'm actually a little bit kind of old. I'm feeling a little feeling old. So I'm kind of just like, how is this all right? But it is wild though, 6, and you're still like, she's 2. I mean, also, especially with Pearl's like big baby blue eyes, I'm just like, you do look. I mean, Pearl does look like younger. Okay, that's true. Some kids do develop really fast. I think if we're an average, thinking the average, mine's just a little bit behind as far as like talking goes, probably. But not in the end of the world. But the one though, the baby that I've been around for sure, like she talks. Like she's a talker. Now here's the thing. Do I always understand what she's saying? No. More often than not, though, I do understand what she is saying. Which interesting. I'm like, okay. We got this. All right. I'm shocked. I'm like, wait, am I? That just tells you how often I'm around kids around that age, yo. I am not around kids that age in a long minute. And I'm like, but even then when I was, it's like I'm still confused. Regardless, but you definitely have a point though, Julie, that kids do just develop in different rates for sure. So that's why I'm always just baffled as far as where they are. Yeah. Just something I'm always just have to keep in mind of, that kids really grow fast. That she acts like she's still 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Like she'll be that way for as long as she's physically capable of it. You know what? That's true. I feel like no matter how old a dog is, they're gonna keep to you acting as if they were like a puppy or like a really young dog. Now, granted, though, as old as they get, their bodies can only do so much, especially with the Dakota, which y'all have seen around. She's definitely the oldest dog I've ever been around for sure. Actually, is she the oldest or is she the second oldest? There's this other dog that I was dog sitting named Mungo. He was an older dog as well. I don't know if he was old as Dakota. He might be a little bit younger. So no, I think Dakota is still the oldest dog I've ever had to like dog sit before. Yeah. Oldest was like, she's like 11 now. Oh my gosh, she's 11. No, wait. Am I true about that? Is that right? Yeah, she's 11. Yeah, she's going to turn 12 in December. Wow. Time really be flying for real. And I think I'm supposed to dog sit her in June. Yeah. Wow. I think the youngest dog I've ever dog sat, and that's with my family, but it was very brief though, because clearly I cannot handle being around a puppy. Because that dog was like 6 months, 7 months old. And I'm like, yeah, it's definitely giving that. Because man, is the discipline of a dog that young very difficult. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. Ooh, excuse me. You got to be a special type of dog person to be handling a puppy. Or just a really young dog. I'm the kind of person that has to deal with a dog that's already like settled. I definitely prefer around to be a dog that's like settled. They could be young, but they need to be settled. And also, of course, that depends on the temperament of the dog and the breed, of course. But I need something settled. So I need a dog that's settled for sure. Definitely no aggressive dogs for sure. And I don't mind an older dog. I really don't. More often than not, they just want to chill, make sure they're fed, opportunity to have their walks and stuff. But at this point, I have more experience with older dogs than younger. A little velociraptor. Pearl. Yeah, so your family dog was even to the point where we removed a benign tumor from his spleen, and he's been back like 5 years, it seemed. Truly. Because dogs just love to be active. It's just part of their personality, I think. He's still here, but he's pretty old, so he's slowing down. Yeah. Same thing with Dakota. She's definitely slowing down, but she's still active, especially when I give her a walk. Rewatching the entire Jurassic Park franchise in chronological order. Last night, watched Jurassic World, and the way Chris Pratt tosses the raptors is like how I talk to Pearl. Oh my gosh, that explains that your my little velociraptor part right here. Cause I wasn't sure. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, sure, why not? And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's actually funny. That is so funny. Because dinosaurs are also just like most animals, okay? Sometimes you just gotta coax them. Oh my gosh, that is really funny though. That is truly hilarious. Okay, it is 2:30ish p.m. Central. We should probably start the wheel, our picker wheel for the next oops, that was the wrong tab. Sprint. Just confirmed his age. He's probably 16. He's about 2 when we got him in 2012. Oh my gosh, 16. That's amazing though that your dog is still like kicking though, because that is old. But wow. That's truly impressive though. Wow, 16. Hey, what did I just say? You know what I said. That's what I thought. I've been doing that to every single dog that I've ever had to dog sit. Every time. I'm always just like, what did I say? Because I know you know what I said. I know these dogs are smart enough to understand what I just said. I know that much. When they start listening to you, yeah. Yeah. I do that every time. Okay, let's start. Okay, cool. Did all the shuffling, and let's spin the wheel. How long is our next sprint? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, 75 minutes. Whew. I was like, I don't want a 30-minute. I really don't, because these chapters are long, okay? I did not want to have a 30-minute sprint. Okay, but it's fine though. Oh, wait, hold up. I actually need to give it to 75 minutes now. Okay, there we go. 75 minutes. Okay, then share the screen. Okay. All right. Okay, y'all. Let's get into our fourth. Yes, our fourth sprint. This is actually our longest sprint so far, 75 minutes. Let's go. Okay. Happy reading, productivity, all the things, and we shall reconvene in 75 minutes. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you've gone and what you were working on or reading. And as you can see here, I'm wearing a hoodie because I forgot how long ago this was, but my mom bought me, my younger sibling. So yeah, my son, younger sibling and I hoodies from this brand called Comfort. As you can see right here, not sponsored at all, but just to let you know that it just came in the mail. So it says Comfort. I kind of like came with this like card thing. Oh, the reminder is the same either side. It says breathe. Reminder, breathe. Everything is working out for your good. I'm like, okay, all right. Trying to be optimistic here. Also, kind of giving this card, like, welcome to the family. Like, there's a QR code to tag them. Receive 50% off your next order. But like this daily reminder thing they have here. If you feel like you're overthinking a lot, you just gotta write. If you're anxious, you need to move your body. If you're tired, you should read. If you're confused, you should take a walk. And if you're feeling sad, you should definitely exercise. Which I'm like, okay. The overthinking, writing, yeah, that makes sense to me. It's best to be moving around if you're feeling anxious, for sure, to process your thoughts. If you're feeling tired, read. It depends on the kind of tired to me. It depends on the kind of tired. Confused, maybe take a walk. If you're feeling sad, maybe exercise. That depends. But I like the idea where this thing is going. So just to let y'all know, Comfort. There's no O, just COMFRT. So yeah, and it's in this nice, I don't know. It's like a mauve, but it's a very deep mauve color purple. So yeah. Really like it. It's definitely comfortable. Although now that it's getting warmer, I can't wear this outside. This is definitely perfect for like when it gets much cooler, and especially for sure at the winter time. Right now, since we're in the spring to summer portion of the year, uh definitely cannot wear this outside. But hey, I can wear it inside when I feel like the AC is just going on for too long. Hello, Oompa Loompa. Salutations. Oh, yeah, I said that. Oh, love the little card. Yeah, same thing. I like the little card as well. I'm going to keep these. I've been eyeing those comfort hoodies for a while. Yes, they're very, very comfortable. It's very nice and soothing. Since I was wearing a short sleeve shirt, it's very, very comfortable. And it's very smooth. I like the I don't actually know what the material is. I don't know if it's cotton. I think maybe just be cotton, but I don't know. Is it cotton? Maybe it's cotton. I don't know. I don't know much about fabrics and stuff, but it feels comfortable for sure. Still editing, but hoping to finalize at some point today. Nice. All right, that's good. Okay, let me stop the break. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't say where I stopped in my reading. I did start the next chapter, but I didn't get far because I got distracted. Not gonna lie, I was getting distracted on my phone, and then I went on YouTube because like I wasn't sure if my favorite sports show was gonna like be on today since it's like Memorial Day weekend. But I'm seeing all these sports shows talking, except for like actually one. It's only one that I actually. Mm. Or maybe. I don't know if they are on today. I don't know. Sorry, y'all. I am really gone into sports now, so my brain is kind of just like, ooh, why are they talking about football? What are they talking about? And by football, I mean American football. Are they talking about basketball, like NBA, WNBA? Especially since the NBA are in the playoffs right now. It's the playoffs for the NBA, and then the WNBA regular season has already started. So yeah, I'm just hearing like all the talking points, talking heads, opinions on all things basketball right now. Finish my heart homework. Next up is blood vessels. Okay. Whew. All right. And also with the way my energy is right now, I kind of feel like I only have I think I only have enough time in me right now to do one more sprint. So I don't know how long our final sprint's going to be. The picker wheel again, we'll have to choose. But I'm definitely prepared for that for sure. And let's see, didn't I have a thought? I could have sworn I had a thought, and now I think I just lost it. Oh yeah, NBA, WNBA, right. I know a lot of y'all are not really into the NFL, but I do wonder if any of y'all are into like basketball, whether it's the men's or the women's. I'm not most knowledgeable in either of those leagues, to be quite honest, but I'm definitely learning as I'm continue to pay attention to the NBA playoffs. Right now are the conference finals. If anyone here is a New York Knicks fan, I'm just going to say right now, congratulations. Y'all's team is going to the finals, the NBA finals. The Cleveland Cavaliers, yeah, they're done. I don't see them forcing this series with the Knicks, the New York Knicks, to a possible game 7. Because it's best, there's 7 games, but it's best out of 7. So you got to win 4. There's an obligatory 4th game that's going to happen tomorrow, right? No, it's tonight. Oh, no, shoot. I forgot game 4 is actually tonight. Oh, well, I'm definitely going to say it's the New York Knicks to the NBA Finals from the Eastern Conference because the Cleveland Cavaliers, I don't think they're going to make it, yo. They're not. There's no way they can force a game 7 for them to win it. They have to win at home in Cleveland against the Knicks. Then they have to win on the road to New York. Then they have to win at home again in game 6. And then game 7, they have to win again in New York. I don't see them having a 4-game win streak in order to get to the NBA Finals without LeBron James. Just not happening. I just do not see it happening at all. So it's been a while. It has been decades since the New York Knicks has been to the NBA Finals. And it's even been longer since the New York Knicks has even won the NBA Finals. My mom is a New Yorker. She was born in New York, grew up in New York after spending some time in Nigeria. So she is New Yorker through and through. She roots for the New York Knicks. She is tempering her excitement as far as New York Knicks is concerned. But to me, I'm like, Mom, you should definitely be a lot more excited. I mean, if you're a New York Knicks fan and you're kind of like, dang, you're not really feeling if, they're going to win the finals and stuff, like, trust and believe. They're going to win. First of all, they're going to win on the road in Cleveland against the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're going to be in the finals because I just don't see the Cavs stealing game 4. And then also, as far as them winning the finals, it's going to be a tough matchup, I will say, because the Western Conference, oh boy, I've been very invested in the Western Conference for the NBA Finals because the Minnesota Timberwolves were the 6th seed. So they were in the playoffs. And I say by were because they're not in the conference finals because they were bouncing round 2. So yeah, round 1, the Wolves were against the Denver Nuggets, beat them, but then they lost to the San Antonio Spurs. And now the San Antonio Spurs are going against the defending champions, Oklahoma City Thunder, which I'm kind of in the crowd of calling them Flop City because there's a lot of flopping over there. They're a talented team. I definitely can recognize that. Even though I do not know much about basketball. I can recognize them being talented, but I'm tired of the flopping, the fouling, the whistles, and I'm just like, I can barely watch out games if you're going to keep doing this. You're good, but if you have to keep flopping and forcing all these fouls and stuff against the San Antonio Spurs because of Victor Wembanyama, who is like 7'5" center who plays like a guard, you're just like, what am I supposed to do about that? And so you're just out here flopping. And I'm like, that's the way you got to win a game. I mean, it's a strategy. Is that a strategy that can last you to win this series? No, but there's They're going to keep trying. I'm just glad that the series is tied at 2-2 right now. So they're going to go back to Oklahoma City for game 5 tomorrow. And then they'll have to play game 6 in San Antonio. So depending on who wins these games, this series can end in 6 or could be forced to a game 7. And it can only be forced to a game 7 if the Thunder beat the Spurs in games 5 or 6, but also the Spurs have to beat the Thunder in games 5 or 6 as well. Like they have to split up in the next 2 games. And then game 7 is like whoever wins elimination, whoever wins is in the finals. So, yeah, that's a very exciting series. I'm very invested in the Spurs versus Thunder Western Conference Final Series, more so than the New York Knicks versus Cleveland Cavaliers Eastern Conference Series. Because one's going to be a sweep, and the other one's going to be a series. So, those are my thoughts on the NBA. Now, the WNBA, I'm definitely invested in because, honestly, I'm just learning more about the WNBA. First time I've even learned that it's a very small league. And by very small, I mean in the sense of like there's only 15 teams. 2 teams were introduced this season. And this is the 30th season of the WNBA. The WNBA is a millennial. It's a very young league. Now, there are leagues that are younger than that. Think of the Women's Hockey League, Professional Women's Hockey League. That one is very young. Very, very young, like toddler young. Women's National Basketball Association is like young millennial, kind of like young. Or like a really old Gen Z, I guess. Really, really old Gen Z or like a really, really young millennial. As context, because, man, I did not realize it was only, this is the 30th season. There's 15 teams. And I'm still trying to get my bearings as far as like how this season is going to work. They don't, also the WNBA, they don't play that many games versus the NBA with the men. They play like 82 in the regular season. And then they have like 7-game best out of 4 series. Now the WNBA, I'm not totally sure how their playoffs work. I think it's best out of 5. So their series are shorter. But also there's not that many teams. I don't know. I don't know necessarily how the playoffs work. I'm going to wait when it's time for the playoffs to understand how the playoffs work for the WNBA. So I'm going to wait till like fall on that one. Excuse me. But I am indeed very curious, though, to see how this is all going to work. I got to say, though, the WNBA is very entertaining. I'm way more invested as far as watching live basketball games for the WNBA. So that's a plus. And yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. The Lynx start off a little bit rocky. I think they're starting to get their groove now. So the Minnesota Lynx, that's the women's basketball team from Minnesota. The Timberwolves are the men's. And I will say, historically, the Minnesota Lynx have been a lot more successful in winning the finals, the WNBA finals, than the men. The men have yet to win. Actually, the men have yet, not only just to... The Minnesota Timberwolves have yet to even be in the NBA Finals. They have not won the Western Conference Finals ever in its franchise history. So therefore, we can't even be in the NBA Finals. We haven't been there at all, just win or lose. So I can be hopeful for the Wolves, but I'm kind of expecting pretty much greatness from the Lynx. So yeah, that's where I am with basketball, because that's kind of where I'm more invested in. I don't know much about Major League Baseball at all. I don't really follow it as much either. But every once in a while, I kind of like hear about it. I've been to like 2 Minnesota Twin games, both of which we lost. So I'm just like, well, not great, but it seems like we're winning some games, but I'm not there. Sure. Okay, great. Anyways, let me catch up on comments because I've just been talking about basketball. Used to be NBA, but I'm slowly getting into WNBA. Yeah, it's fun in the WNBA over here, okay? I'm having a great time watching their games. And by their games, I mean like any of the 15 teams. Whenever I get a chance to watch them live, I'm watching them live because the WNBA needs more viewership so that they can also have more teams. Because there's only 15. That's not a lot. There's an East and a West. And I'm like, that's not a lot of teams. And they don't play a lot of games. So I need more people to have their eyeballs on the WNBA. Which, by the way, I'm going to say this right now. for the WNBA, there is a game that's televised tonight on NBC for the, Portland Fire versus the New York Liberty. If you're into basketball, please watch that game. Just put it on NBC, tonight, which is 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. So figure that out in your time zones. But you have access to NBC or Peacock, whatever. Peacock, NBC, whatever. It's there. All right. So let y'all know. Dan and I watch basketball, but I specifically watch the Sixers. Oh, the Philadelphia 76ers? So I haven't watched since they've been out. Oh, wait. There's a different Sixers? Now I'm confused. Where were the Sixers at? Because I know about the Philadelphia 76ers. Oh, no, you've been out of the playoffs. That's what I mean. I'm like, wait, out of the league? I'm confused. Never mind. So you have not been watching since basically they were eliminated in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Yes, they were swept by the New York Knicks. Yeah, Knicks in 4. Especially when they forced a Game 7 against the Boston Celtics. I know that was very disappointing if you're a Sixers fan watching them and then the semifinals and you're just like, what the heck, But the Knicks honestly were really scaring people, not going to lie, in that first round because they were down 2-0 against the Atlanta Hawks and people were upset. And they've been winning ever since. The Knicks have yet to lose a game. They've been going on like this winning streak all month of May. I don't remember, it's been a while since they even lost a playoff game at this point. So, I'm very curious now to see where the Knicks are going to go. Let's see if they win the finals. It's been over half a century. But yes, for your Sixers, though, that definitely sucks. Makes sense, though, that you haven't been watching the NBA playoffs since they were eliminated. Getting to the WNBA, though. For me, as far as watching the WNBA, I have not watched many live games. I've watched very, very little. But I do recommend checking out the WNBA's YouTube channel because they actually feature highlights of all their games. So I think that's the best way to at least get a sense of what's going on through the games, maybe make note of players and teams and stuff like that. So I recommend that YouTube channel, just WNBA on YouTube. You'll find their channel and then you find all these highlights. Highly recommend. And now we can get it for free. Yeah, let me just catch up in these comments. The thing about WNBA is that a lot of their games are on cable, so it's kind of hard to watch the games for the team I root for, which is the Mystics. Oh, Washington Mystics. Yes. It is difficult, yes. Right, because it's NBC/Peacock, which is streaming. There's Ion for some games, USA for some games, which I do think is our cable channels. I mean, of course, then there's the League Pass as well. Although I will say, though, apparently there's this app where if there's a particular team, although you have to actually, it has to be a local team, though, because if you don't have a local team, then it might be harder. So I don't know. Because if there's a team that you root for, but it's not like your local team, like, for example, if I was rooting for the Washington Mystics, then for sure, then I most likely cannot watch any of their games unless it is on NBC, because that's the only really live, that's the only TV channel that I could ever watch a basketball game. Because I don't have any of the cable stuff or streaming stuff. Versus if I was a fan of Minnesota Lynx, I mean, it's easier for me to watch the Minnesota Lynx games live more so than any other team in the league because, again, I live in Minnesota. So, yeah, I could definitely understand that, though. It is harder to watch the WNBA games. It really is, especially if there's a specific team that you're rooting for. It is very, very hard. Especially if they're not the hot, new, cool team or something that people are looking forward to watching. It definitely sucks. Sorry, I need to hydrate. Which is why if there is a team that I am rooting for, I'm just gonna find highlights. I've just been learning that watching highlights of the game from the official like league's YouTube channel for sure. At least it supports the league and knowing that hey, there's people who care to watch even the highlights of these games. So hopefully it can therefore push them out to maybe more local channels. Eventually, I'm hopeful because even in the NBA playoffs, like the Spurs and Thunder, the whole Western Conference, a lot of their games have been aired through NBC/Peacock. But then the Eastern Conference Finals, those games have been aired on like ESPN. So like you can't even, unless you have ESPN, you can't watch them. I thought that like it would be ABC, ESPN, but whatever. I guess I'm thinking of football because in American football, Monday Night Football is on ESPN, but also on ABC. Unless it's a doubleheader, then it's like one of the other one, and there's one of the other. So whatever. Anyways, but I do understand though it is hard to watch a lot of WNBA games because they're on some cable like Ion or USA or something. You don't have that, or there's a team that you're rooting for, but they don't have it on local like a NBC/Peacock kind of thing. So yeah, that definitely sucks. But I understand though being a fan of the Washington Mystics, they are a really fun team to be watching. Not gonna lie. Hello, Lena, you're back. How many more sprints are we doing? I think I have energy really for just one more sprint, so the wheel shall decide. A little bit more entertaining, even though I haven't heavily watched an NBA game in a decade. Oof, long minute. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that though. I don't know why that is. Because I do find myself way more entertained to watch a WNBA game than the NBA. And especially when the NBA right now are on the playoffs. So I don't know what's up with that. Weird stuff. I'm happy today. Okay. And so you basically just want to finish your book, okay? Yeah, that wasn't fun. Yeah, the Philadelphia 76ers. Definitely rough for a Sixer fan. Truly. All right. Let's share the screen. The picker wheel. Gonna shuffle this. Let's let the picker wheel decide how long is the final sprint. Ooh. Oh. Well. Well. It's a shorty. It's a shorty. Okay. Shorty patorty. All right. We went from 75 minutes all the way down to 30. Let's get this thing clicking. Click. There we go. Share the screen. Pomodoro Kitty. All right, y'all. The final sprint is going to be a short sprint. All right. Let's get right into it. Short and sweet. All right. Good luck, y'all. Happy brain productivity, all the things. We shall reconvene in half an hour. Oh. Okay. There we go. All right, y'all. That's the end of the final sprints. Y'all can let me know your progress as far as what you did during these sprints. Let me get rid of all these tabs. I have too many tabs. I really did not even read, y'all. I think I really am pooped from reading today. At least listening to the audiobook. I'm done. I'm in the mood to be gaming. I'm in a gaming mood. Oopsie. For anyone who was wondering, I am playing on the Nintendo Switch. I am replaying Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. So that's the game that I am playing right now, and I'm having a great time playing this game all over again. Trying to do as many of the quests, shrine quests, finding all the shrines as much as I can, and of course, following the main quest, stuff like that. Also doing the labyrinths. I didn't do the labyrinths the first time around. I did it in Breath of the Wild, but I didn't do it in Tears of the Kingdom. So upon replay, we're doing that. Went down a rabbit hole on how to make my own. Ooh, Nat. That's dangerous business. The Tarot Readathon is coming up, literally basically like starting next week, right? June 1st. Tarot Readathon. And you want to make your own tarot card deck, oracle decks? Ooh. If you follow through with that idea, I'm very curious to see what they look like. And if I save up money, I definitely will purchase one of my own. I'll definitely purchase. I mean, I only have one deck, so... Well, I only have one tarot deck, which does remind me, the artist who has made the Tarot of the Divine tarot deck has an oracle deck now available for sale. I've actually been wanting to try an oracle deck, so I would love to have it from the same person who made the Tarot of the Divine. I think what's it called? Is it Oracle of the Divine? I don't know. I need to look up Yoshitani's. Okay, why am I spelling this wrong? Because honestly, it's really cool. Oh, okay, that's a different thing. Yes, the book inspired the stories for the Oracle deck around the sun. Yeah, Oracle of the Divine. It's the same thing. Okay, cool. But yeah, that is really cool though. You going down that rabbit hole. But yeah, y'all. That's it. That's it for these sprints. Thank you all for joining me on this Memorial Day for some reading sprints. I hope this is a good day. Hope y'all had a good time here. If you just came in, thank you for just coming in. Thank you for being here the entire time. If you're in, you're out. I appreciate all kinds of interaction regarding these sprints. No, I'm so excited for the Tarot Readathon. If I do end up making one, it'll be a wild ride. All my ideas require a certain amount of research to build a unique concept. True, especially to make sure it's all consistent through all 78 cards. How many are there? 22. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to figure out the math right now. I'll keep you posted. Cool, y'all. All right, y'all. All right. Thank you for hosting these sprints and helping me study. No problem. I don't know. Since I actually have more time on my hand now for YouTube, I kind of feel like maybe I can do sprints like on a weekly basis. But I'm only saying maybe because I don't know if I can quite commit yet, especially when the Stitch Day Readathon, which is also in June, is coming up, which means I need to, film an announcement video for that. Maybe I could do sprints every other week. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out, y'all. I swear. I'm going to figure out a sprinting schedule for the summer, before I go back to school and stuff. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, y'all, I'll keep y'all posted though. Y'all find out on like the YouTube community tab whenever I post on my stories on Instagram. Just look there. All right. Y'all will find some information about all that. But yeah, thank you all though for joining these sprints. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. Hope today, the rest of the day also treats you really well for those who are in mourning or in grieving as well. So yeah. All right. Thank you all. And I'll catch you all whenever I post a video or I do sprints again. But for sure, though, when we do sprints again. So yeah, take care, y'all.